Hello everyone, Grim here, and welcome to my Christmas nightmare. Today's nightmare is a special one, as it's not going to be one story, but several, in the style that hopefully will help your sleepy heads nod off to the land of dreams and nightmares. I'm going to be joined by several of my best friends, starting with Interscare Sleep Wifey, and a special little scare. And then in the second story, Phoenix Fire, my brother in horror. I will not drag this on for too long, but I want you to know that there is going to be a little bit of music to start with, but it will slowly be drowned out by the sound of rain that'll follow on afterwards. So hopefully it'll help your sleepy eyes close tight and let the sullen dreams enter your mind. Well, sit back, relax, and sleep.
It's only been a week since we moved in, but seeing it was the first week of December, my wife decided to put some Christmas decorations up. We noticed nobody else had them up on our street, but everyone does things at their own pace, so we didn't have a problem with it. We were getting the tree on Saturday, so at least for now, we could put the lights up around the house. I got out the ladder and watched as Amy put the lights up. Jane, our 2-year-old, stayed inside with the dog, but watched curiously from the window. When the lights were done, we came inside and made some hot chocolate and popcorn.
It should start snowing any day now.
Amy took a sip of her hot chocolate as she stared out the window. Yeah, probably. We didn't get much snow in Florida, but I hear it snows a lot around here. That evening, we put Jane down and went to bed. We debated a little about what size tree we would get, and then, of course, I sided with Amy, because she has a way with words. An 8-foot tree was what we decided on by the end of it. Amy woke me up abruptly because she heard a noise. What was more worrying was that Max was at the window barking. I told Amy to stay put, but she ran into Jane's room and grabbed her. I headed outside to see what was going on. As soon as I got outside, I saw a car swerve away. I looked at the house and all the lights had been unplugged and thrown into our yard. When I checked around the whole house, every single light was damaged. I went inside, and Amy was on the phone with the police. They proceeded to tell her that because nobody was hurt, there was nothing they could do. Jane slept in our room that night. So did Max. I couldn't understand why someone would do this. They didn't break in. They didn't take anything. But they destroyed all our decorations. I comforted Amy and told her it'll be okay.
Should we even get a tree?
Amy asked. Of course we should. It was probably a bunch of teenagers who were being reckless. Nothing serious. The next day, we went into town to get some groceries, and Amy pointed out that nobody had any decorations up. None of the stores, none of the houses we passed, not even the street lamps near Town Hall. I told her it was strange, but it's still early.
Early? Remember back home there would be Christmas decorations at the end of October and everyone got in an argument about that? Should we wait until the end of November or the beginning? Well, now it's December.
I didn't want to make Amy feel more concerned, but she had a point. I told her not to worry, and she'd see in a few days there would be decorations everywhere. But honestly, I felt a little concerned myself. I even called a few local places, but nowhere near us had real Christmas trees. We always had a real tree, and this year we'd have to order a fake one online. Amy was not going to be happy with that. Instead of telling her there were no real trees, I just ordered a fake one myself and took the heat. I pretended I really wanted an artificial one to save money and reuse year after year. She wasn't upset as I thought she would be. The good thing was that she had all her ornaments saved up from over the years, and they were all so meaningful to her. So that day when I finished with work, we put them on the tree together. The ornaments ranged from homemade ones that she made as a kid to ones that her parents brought back from their travels. There were also some store-bought ones that I contributed over the years, mostly sports and Star Wars themed. As we put the star on top of the tree, the lights began to flicker. It lasted for 10 seconds, and then the lights were fine again. Jane started laughing. She was pointing and laughing in the hallway.
What is it, Jane?
Amy asked.
Friend.
Jane said as she laughed even harder. Amy looked at me worried. Amy, it's nothing. She's probably laughing at Max. The next morning I heard a loud scream, so I ran downstairs immediately. Amy was wailing and holding ornaments in her hand. All of the ornaments were broken. The tree was now on the floor, and each branch was twisted. I was livid. I took photos on my phone and called the cops. I threatened if they didn't find a solution, I would take care of it myself. They came and searched the house and inside of the house. There were no signs of breaking and entering. They said they could do nothing. I wanted to know what this was all about and why it was happening. What this town had against Christmas. Before one of the cops left, he asked if I had gotten any newspapers. No, I don't think so. Maybe my wife did. What does that have to do with anything? I asked. Check the newspaper tomorrow, he said before he closed the door. I spent the day wondering what was going on and why this was all happening. I skipped work and stayed home with Amy and Jane. After cleaning up the ornaments and putting back the ones that I could, I noticed they weren't just broken. Some had writing on them. Some had their heads cut off. Some had burn marks. And some were just missing. The next morning, I stepped outside to go work, and there was a newspaper on my front step. I picked it up and remembered what the cop told me. It wasn't a recent newspaper, though. It seemed very old, and it was gently placed into the plastic. 43 children die in a Christmas fire, the headline read. I went back inside and called Amy. We sat at the kitchen table and read the entire article. Apparently a small schoolhouse many years ago while the children were practicing for their Christmas Day performance in front of the town. But a strong wind blew over some candles, and the entire schoolhouse caught fire. 41 children died instantly, and 2 from their injuries. Amy and I started doing our own research. A rumor spread that anyone who put up Christmas decorations would be visited by spirits of the children, and horrible things would happen to the town. Nobody puts up decorations anymore, and nobody celebrates. Just last year, they tried to hold a Christmas parade, and a fire broke out, killing 3. It started to make sense, but I didn't believe in evil spirits. Amy decided maybe this year we would skip the decorations, but I told her they're just rumors and teenagers messing with us. That night, to surprise Amy, I tried to put parts of the tree back together and placed what ornaments I could fix on there. I hid the ones that seemed to have writing or broken sharp parts. When I called Amy to come downstairs, she didn't seem very happy with it. I mean, I tried my best. I shrugged. She laughed and gave me a hug. Then we heard Jane cry from upstairs. We ran upstairs to check on her in her crib, but she wasn't there. Her blanket was the only thing in her crib, and when I lifted it, we saw a broken ornament. We frantically searched the entire house. Then we heard Jane cry again. This time it was coming from outside. Max was barking at the door. We opened the door, and Jane was crying on the front step.
I told you not to put the tree back up. I told you.
Amy yelled at me at the top of her lungs as she picked up Jane and ran back into the house. We spent the rest of the holiday season without ornaments, without decorations, without a tree. We sent each other gift cards and bought Jane a single toy on the day after Christmas. The rest of the year in the town was completely fine. Well, almost completely fine. I never told Amy this, but every now and then, I find broken ornaments on our front step, and it still scares the living crap out of me.
I wasn't very well behaved in my teenage years. In fact, I was a little shit, but I'm sure many of us were at that age. At 17, I had been particularly bad. I'd steal money from other students' pockets and pull pranks on my teachers, I was overconfident because I was able to do things without getting caught. Little did I know I was to receive my comeuppance in a way I never would have imagined. During Christmas vacation, my parents left with my sister to go to my grandparents' house. I was to spend Christmas Eve alone and have them come back in the morning. While they were gone, I was to put the presents under the tree. I waved them goodbye as they backed out of the driveway. Once they disappeared from view, I called up my friend Daniel to throw a party. It was held at his house due to the fact I didn't want a mess at mine. His parents happened to be away as well. The party was intense. There was a lot of drinking, making out, and smoking weed. Our fun was cut short by a neighbor calling the cops because of the noise we were making. Me and the other partygoers bailed, leaving Daniel behind to deal with the mess. My house was in walking distance of his, which meant I was able to get back to it without any trouble. I was satisfied with a day well spent and that I was once again able to evade punishment. I was pretty tired from the party, so I decided to put the presents under the tree and go straight to bed. I was woken up a little after 11 by the sound of someone pounding on the front door. Annoyed, I went down to see who it was. "You fucking dick. How could you ditch me like that?" I heard Daniel yell at me from the other side of the door. I figured my best strategy would be not to respond and wait for him to go away. As I started back towards the stairs, I heard tapping on the window. I looked and saw Daniel glaring at me, and in his hand, he held the spare key we keep under the mat. "Oh, fuck," I murmured. I ran as he undid the locks, then opened the door. I headed for the back door. Unfortunately for me, Daniel ran track after school and was able to catch up to me with ease. He tackled me to the floor, then began wailing on me. I tried my best to reason with him and block his punches as he did so. "Daniel, stop. It couldn't have been that bad, could it?" I shouted while he beat on my arms as I was using them to block my face. "Are you fucking kidding me? The house smelled like weed and there were half-full beer bottles all over the place. I was arrested and had to use my savings to bail myself out. I was trying to save up for a car. Now, thanks to you, I'm back to square one, not to mention the world of shit I'm going to be in once my parents get home," he screamed, shaking me. He managed to break my guard, then attempted to get his hands around my neck. "Look, I'm sorry, all right?" I told him as I tried to keep him from choking me. "Sorry doesn't cut it," he yelled, cocking back his arm to punch me again. We were interrupted by the sound of rattling chains. We turned to see the source of the noise. Looking down at us was an imposingly tall and furry beast. His horns nearly scraped the ceiling, and his legs matched that of a goat's. His tail whipped back and forth between his legs as he stared with eyes so orange they almost seemed to glow like flames. Over his shoulder, he held a large sack, and long, hooked chains hung around his arms. I looked at him for a second, then turned to Daniel and asked, "Did someone spike our drinks?" Not that I know of." "Okay, so you can see him too, right?" Yeah." The monster took a step forward, making Daniel get off of me, and both of us scoot away. "Thanks for leaving the door open. It's much more convenient than going down the chimney," the monster said in a deep growly voice. "You have been very bad." "Who the fuck are you?" Daniel asked, scrambling to his feet. "I am Krampus," I finished for him. "Impressive. Not too many people your age know who I am. Judging by your reaction to me, however, I bet you thought I wasn't real. Am I right?" I nodded. "You know what happens next then, don't you?" Krampus said. "You have to be punished for all your wrongdoing." And what exactly did I do?" I asked. Krampus chuckled. "What haven't you done? You've lied and stolen. Also, we can't forget about you leaving Daniel here behind." "Does that mean you're only here for Blake?" Daniel asked. "Oh no, I'm here for both of you." Why me?" Daniel whined. "You held a party that you knew would make a mess of your parents' home." It was Blake's idea." "And you agreed to it. Let's not forget the fact that you've been cheating off other students in class." Come on. Isn't that a bit much to hurt someone over?" Krampus raised an arm in response. Daniel then made a run for the door. He wasn't fast enough, unfortunately. Krampus swung his chains, wrapping them around Daniel's leg. Then he began to pull him back as I used the opportunity to grab the keys for my dad's car off the counter and sneak out the back door. I ignored Daniel's screams of pain and terror and cries for help as I was running towards the driveway. I pushed the button on the keys to unlock the car. Shortly after I was inside and starting it up, while backing out of the driveway, I looked up to see Krampus looking at me from the doorway. In an act of defiance, I flipped him off. I was expecting him to yell in anger or at least glare at me. Instead, a look of annoyance came over his face. I was confused but didn't think much of it. Naturally, I was feeling pretty full of myself. That is, until I heard a thud on the top of the car and I felt it shake. The next thing I knew, the roof was torn off. "Santa and I go around the entire world in a single night. Did you really think I wouldn't be able to catch up to you?" Krampus said, tossing the detached roof away. What did you do to Daniel?" I asked, glancing back. "See for yourself." I heard the rattle of Krampus's chains. He dangled them in front of my face. Attached to the end of them was Daniel's severed head. His face was fixed in a permanent expression of terror. "He begged so much for me to stop. Don't worry, though. You'll be joining him soon," Krampus said, pulling Daniel's head back. At this point, I was on the verge of shitting myself. "Like hell!" I shouted, then jerked the wheel really hard. Krampus let out a cry of surprise and lost his balance, falling out of the car. He managed to latch back on by hooking his chains to the bumper. "Where is everybody?" I wondered, opening the glove compartment. I knew it was late, but usually there was at least a few other drivers on the road at this time. I shrugged off my concern and from the glove compartment pulled out my dad's pistol. I undid the safety, cocked it back, and began firing at Krampus. He cursed as bullets flew past him. The car suddenly came to a halt. My teeth rattled from the impact, and I turned around to see what had caused it. Krampus stood behind it with his hooves on the road. He was pulling on his chains, keeping the car in place. I tried to drive to no avail. The most obvious course of action to me at that time was to put the car in reverse, then run the Christmas demon over. Things didn't go as expected, however. Krampus sidestepped the car and grabbed me out of the driver's seat. "Oh, shit," I choked out while he was holding me by my throat. His fingers were like steel. No matter how hard I tried to pry them off, they wouldn't budge. Krampus held his sack up and with one tug, undid the chains keeping it closed. It fell open, revealing what was inside. What was in it haunts me to this day. A bright light washed over my face, followed by the sounds of pained screams. When the light died down some, I could make out the faces of people in the sack. There had to be thousands of them, maybe even millions. All of them were being tortured in some horrific way. They were ones who were having their flesh torn off by these dragonfly-looking creatures. Others shrieked inside a pool of lava. At the same time, some were gnawed on by a reptilian-looking monster with a large mouth. There were other tortures that I don't care to try and remember, but what has become burned in my memory is the way Krampus smiled at me. "Once I take your life, you'll go in there." Krampus let his sack fall from his hands. Then he raised a hook. Before he could murder me, a look of frustration came over him. "Damn it," he said, letting me go. "Huh? What is it?" I asked after landing on my feet. "Christmas Day." "It's midnight already?" "Yes. You got lucky this year, Blake. I would change your ways if I were you. Should you encounter me next year, you may not be as fortunate." I was too relieved to say anything in response. Krampus disappeared into the woods nearby. The air seemed to change when he was gone. To my surprise, I could no longer see my dad's car. I stood in the road for a bit until a car horn blared at me. I jumped at the noise, which turned out to be from a police car. He got out and asked me why I was out so late. I made up a story on the spot. I told him that I had invited Daniel over to spend the night, but that someone had broken in while we were sleeping. I then told him that the intruder had captured Daniel while I was able to get away. The cop took my statement, then drove me home. Christmas Day wasn't exactly cheery that year. My dad's car was reported stolen, and Daniel's parents grieved over his death and how he was killed in such a brutal way. The only positive thing about this experience was that it made me change. I no longer pranked teachers or stole from students, and I started donating to charities. I haven't seen Krampus since that day, and I never wish to again. Remember, if you are bad, a demon goat man may visit you on Christmas Eve and decapitate you. Then, trap your soul in his bag of tortures.
Back in 2014, I took a part-time job in retail to have a little extra holiday money. For the most part, the job wasn't bad. It was more mundane than anything else. However, it was on December 22nd when I stopped working there. The reason I did was because of the Nutcracker. The weirdness with it began when our manager brought it into the store that Saturday after Black Friday. I thought that Friday was the worst day I was going to have there. Little did I know, it was about to get much worse. My heart nearly stopped when I first laid eyes on it. I had just finished stocking some juice bottles. I was going to take the empty box to the back to be broken down and then thrown away. When I rounded The Nutcracker was waiting for me. My manager, who I'll refer to as Benny, came to check on me. If I had to describe him in a way, it would be well-meaning but not too competent. "Dylan, was that you I heard just now?" he asked, approaching me with his clipboard in hand. "Yeah," I admitted, a little bit embarrassed. "Well, what's wrong? Don't tell me you saw another rat." "No, it was that." I pointed at the Nutcracker. "That's what scared you?" he asked, chuckling. My embarrassment deepened. "It just seems kind of... what's the phrase I'm looking for? Off-putting." That was a severe understatement. This thing looked like it belonged in one of the Child's Play movies. I find regular nutcrackers to be really off-putting, with their glassy eyes and perfectly straight teeth. I remember getting nightmares from seeing my elementary school's play of the Nutcracker. I thought the ones in those were the freakiest I'd ever seen. The one in the store made those look cute by comparison. It stood over 7 feet with eyes that almost seemed to follow me. It held a spear in its hand that Benny assured me was fake, despite the fact it seemed to glimmer in the lights as if it were a murder weapon. It wore a green shirt with red pants. Its hair was wild looking and almost felt real to me. Well, I think it brings some well-needed atmosphere to the store. He was right about that, just not the way he intended. Where did you get this thing anyway? I saw it, someone tossing it out into a dumpster the other night. Why am I not surprised? I thought. I had to fix it up, but I think people will like it. Benny couldn't have been more wrong. Every customer I saw pass by it got this look of fear in their eyes that I could relate to. Some of my co-workers mentioned seeing it face one way, then facing a completely different one when they saw it again. In addition to that, I myself recall seeing it in places other than where we had it originally placed. If our security cameras worked, I would have checked them to confirm if these anomalies were actually happening. Since I couldn't, I just dismissed them as our minds playing tricks on us. I tried everything I could to avoid operating in the parts of the store where it was. Unfortunately, I had to eventually. This brings me to December 22nd of 2016. Benny wanted me to stay late and help our assistant manager, with the night shift. Normally he would be helping him, but he had to have a meeting with corporate the following morning. Although I wasn't really feeling up to it, I agreed, figuring I could use the extra money. I already found the store at night to be pretty eerie, never mind the Nutcracker there. I was just coming back from throwing away the empty boxes when Will called me over. "Yeah?" I asked. "Have you finished clearing and stocking everything?" "I think so." "Including the toy aisle?" "Dylan." "Oh, come on. I can't work with that thing there." "I don't like it any more than you do. How nobody has complained about it yet, I have no clue, but I'm counting money right now, so I need you to take care of it." I groaned and got ready to head over there when a woman walked into the store. She appeared to be in her mid to late 40s and didn't seem happy. In her hand was a boxed Elmo doll. She came up to us. Will was the one who was unfortunate enough to speak with her first. Can we help you with something, ma'am? Last morning, my husband was supposed to pick up an Elmo doll for our kids that we had on layaway. You people gave him the wrong one. It was supposed to be one of the sing-along ones. I've been trying to reach the store since yesterday morning. Do you have any idea how annoying it is to have to come here at 3 a.m. to straighten all this out? She said it so fast it took us a moment to process it all. When Will replied to her, he did so with the caution of a mouse trying to scamper past a clouder of sleeping cats. I'm really sorry for the trouble, ma'am. We still have some of those left in stock. Just tell us which one in particular you need and we'll get it for you. I think most reasonable people would be satisfied with that. This woman was not reasonable. I don't want that. I deserve some compensation for all the trouble that the store has put me through. Pardon? The store gave me a hassle, so I want something extra from it. I could tell that Will was struggling not to let a sigh escape his lips when she talked. As I said, ma'am, I'm really sorry for the inconvenience, but I don't think we're allowed to do something like that, so this is the best that we can do for you. The woman then began chastising us, saying that she would call corporate. Eventually, Will gave her a $50 gift card that he paid for with his own money just to shut her up. After that, she went off to get the Elmo doll that she originally wanted. I really hope she doesn't come here anymore, I said. You can say that again. Now, I believe you had some more work to do. I sighed and resumed heaving over to the toy aisle. Thankfully, by this time of year, most of the popular toys were already bought out, so I didn't need to stock anything. That meant all I had to do was the routine sweep and mop. I had to mentally prepare myself for what I was about to see. The Nutcracker. This time, however, I also had to do it because the woman was there. Maybe it'll eat her, I jokingly thought as I wheeled the cleaning supplies to the toy aisle. When I got there, I didn't see the woman. At first I thought she had already gotten a toy, then I realized that couldn't be the case. If she did, I would have seen her pass by me in order to get back to Will. I brushed this off, thinking that she just went to the restroom. I proceeded to start mopping. Not even 2 seconds into mopping did I get the weird feeling. It's the kind someone gets when they walk into a room where they know something is different, but their brain hasn't quite registered how yet. For me, it was caused by the woman's shoe being at the other end of the aisle. The tip of it was sticking out from behind the corner. A feeling of uneasy began growing inside of me. She probably doesn't realize she's missing a shoe, I thought, recalling that she did seem kind of out of it. The next off thing I found were the toys on the floor, as if they had been knocked off their shelves. By further inspecting it, I could see several dents in their packaging as though someone had been kicking them. I figured that it was probably the woman letting off steam, and that's how her shoe came off. Irritated by what I thought at the time was a random act of vandalism, I crouched down and started picking everything up. About halfway into putting them back on the shelf, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The Nutcracker was missing. I had no idea how. I hadn't noticed it before. I'm sure it was still there earlier because I could see the top of its hat sticking above the shelves. At the time, however, I didn't see it anywhere. Feeling spooked, I sped up the work I was doing. If it weren't for one factor, I wouldn't be alive to post this right now. Said factor being reflectiveness of one of the toy packages I was putting up. When I saw it, it made my heart stop. I didn't believe what I saw at first. The nutcracker appeared to be sneaking up behind me. To be honest, I had a suspicion it may have been haunted due to the weirdness with it. However, seeing it actually move around proved to be far worse than how I imagined it. Why I found it worse was because of how silent it was. I always imagined it as moving like a big, clunky toy soldier. Instead, it moved as if it were a dancer. Each of its steps had a terrible grace to them. The best comparison I can draw to it is the way a lioness moves when she's about to pounce on her prey. I got my answer as to what happened to the woman. In the nutcracker's mouth, her foot stuck out. It took all of my willpower not to shudder up seeing that, or else the nutcracker would have realized that I had noticed it. What made it harder not to shudder or express my fear in some other way was the fact I saw her foot twitching some. It tilted its head back, allowing it to consume the rest of her. I carried on with my work as though I hadn't seen a possessed nutcracker statue, finishing eating someone. I had to keep reminding myself not to panic as it was coming closer. As it did, its mouth grew unnaturally wide. I knew its intention was to swallow me whole. I wanted to flee right then and there, but a lot of toys were still on the floor. I didn't want to chance running only to trip over them. Therefore, I wanted to escape past it. However, to do that, I needed to distract it. The woman's shoe was still on the floor beside me. I picked it up and pretended to inspect it. I couldn't act yet. I wanted it to be close enough to me. When it was, I spun around, throwing the shoe at it harder than I've ever thrown anything before or since. It hit the nutcracker right on its head, distracting it only for a moment. That was all the time I needed to make a break for it. With adrenaline coursing through my veins, I dashed right past it. The second it got over the shock of what had just happened, it gave chase. It was a lot faster than I thought. Had it not been for it slipping on a spot of the floor that I had mopped, it would have caught me. I heard it hit the floor with a thunderously loud thud. Will must have heard it because he was already looking up from counting the money as I was running towards him. "What the hell was that noise?" Before I could come up with an answer that wouldn't make it sound like I was insane, I saw Will's eyes grow wide out of shock. He dropped the cash he held. I already knew what he was seeing before I turned around. The nutcracker, holding its spear in a throwing position, dashed towards us like a ravenous beast. It threw its spear at us. We managed to leap out of the way. The cop who happened to be walking in the store at the time wasn't so lucky. He was probably looking to get a pick-me-up to get through the rest of his patrol. Unfortunately for him, what he got instead was a toy spear through his chest. The nutcracker had thrown it so hard it made him fly back, pinning him to the wall, keeping in mind that the spear was supposed to be fake. Now, at this point, I was on the verge of crapping my pants. I imagined Will felt a very similar way because he screamed out a number of curse words at seeing all of this. We attempted to make a dash towards one of the exits, only for it to cut us off. It slid in front of the door, right in front of us, as we were heading towards it. We damn near ran straight into its arms. We tried heading for the other exit, only to have the same problem. There was something different about it, though, that I had asked Will about as we were heading towards the last exit that we could think of, back door. Hey, is it just me, or did it seem taller than before? I asked. Who gives a shit? Let's get the fuck out of here. I concurred with his reply, but the Nutcracker had other ideas. We were so close to the door. This time the Nutcracker stopped us by leaping in front of us. It turned out I was right about it changing. It had indeed grown taller. As a matter of fact, its height had doubled. Not only that, it had switched from running to crawling like a spider. That meant if it stood back on two legs, its height would have been even more staggering. Merely attempting to remember the way it moved hurts my head. The combination of its enormous height and graceful movements seemed to defy logic itself. Yet it had to be reality because we were seeing it. The way its eyes fixated on us made my knees weak. Its mouth practically watered as it raced towards us. We tried escaping again. However, with its long arms, it was able to catch us with ease. Its hands grasped around our ankles like a vice, pulling us back. Grab onto something quick, I yelled, grasping the corner of the shelf. What do you think I'm doing? Will replied, grabbing onto another shelf. Our efforts were fruitless. The Nutcracker yanked us off with ease. I tried desperately to find something else to grab onto, only grasping near. Will happened to grab a hockey stick. The Nutcracker dangled us above its wide-open mouth, as if it were a cat and we were mice. Then it let us go. I thought it was our end. Once again, though, I got really lucky. As we fell, Will coincidentally held the hockey stick in such a way it kept the Nutcracker from chomping on us. In fact, it acted as a wedge which allowed us to hold on to it and prevent us from falling into the Nutcracker's open maw. The only thing saving us from oblivion was a stick. Holy shit! I screamed as we dangled in its mouth. Dylan, whatever you do, keep looking up, not down. Huh? Why? I replied, doing just that without thinking about it. In the cavernous insides of the Nutcracker, I could see the faces of all the victims it had consumed. The closest one was the woman. The thing that scared me into nearly letting go of the hockey stick were their smiles. They looked so unnaturally straight and seemed frozen with it on their faces. The victims moving as if they were being pulled by marionettes, raising their arms as though they were getting ready to catch us. Well, I'm looking down, I screamed. Damn it, Dylan. If seeing that wasn't bad enough, what intensified our fear was the cracking sound we heard from the hockey stick. Now, ordinarily, I'm shit at doing pull-ups. However, at that moment, with the adrenaline and terror coursing through me, I was able to leverage myself out of its mouth, and so did Will. We did this right in the nick of time. The instant we escaped, falling into its maw, the stick finally snapped under the weight of its jaws. We slid down its back and legs to reach the floor. Then, before it could face us, we hid under some empty shelves. I knew it wouldn't take long for it to find us, so we had to think fast. With my phone, I called the store. It rang, attracting the Nutcracker's attention. "Good work, Dylan. Now let's get the fuck out of here." We continued heading for the back door. I wish I could say at this point that we ran out the back door and got in our cars and drove the hell out of Dodge, but this did not happen because of two things. The first was the extremely rusty door handle that Benny had forgotten to have fixed. The second was the extreme cold. Will yanked on the handle and it snapped off. It was like the universe was giving us the finger. We stared down at the broken handle in Will's hand for a moment, then we went into panic mode. He slammed it into the trash, and I started pacing back and forth while yanking on my hair. "That's it. We're fucked. It's going to find us, then eat us." "Calm down," Will said, grabbing and shaking me until my teeth rattled. "Thanks, I needed that," I told him while leaning on the wall to catch my breath. "What are we going to do, though?" "Okay, let's think for a moment here. We're dealing with a giant possessed Nutcracker statue." "I don't think I fully processed that yet."
"Neither have I, but we can deal with that later. What we need to do right now is think of a way to get past it."
Based on how quickly the Nutcracker was heading towards the store phone when it rang, we guessed that it could easily be distracted. With this in mind, we came up with a plan. For it to work, though, one of us had to check that the coast was clear. We decided this with a 2 out of 3 game of rock, paper, scissors that I lost. "God damn it," I said, looking at my hands still in the scissors position.
"Good luck, Dylan."
I mentally prepared myself as best as I could for the possibility of seeing it and getting my head bitten off. Luckily, when I poked my head out, I didn't see it. I informed Will of this. He came up with a pretty simple plan. All we had to do was grab some tennis balls. Then, while walking towards the exit, throw them if we saw the Nutcracker in order to divert its attention. This actually worked pretty well, right up until we reached the cop again. The Nutcracker had found us. It must have been really pissed off because it scurried towards us at a terrifying speed. Will thought fast and grabbed the cop's gun from its holster, then began firing at it. Gunfire proved to be ineffective. Every bullet simply bounced off it as it came closer to us. At this point, I thought we were really fucked. However, fate decided that we should be spared. There was a propane tank nearby. When one of the bullets bounced off the Nutcracker, it happened to hit one, resulting in a massive explosion. It took us a moment to realize what had just happened. The Nutcracker, now covered in flames, it was still coming for us. As it did, we observed that it seemed to be shrinking. Actually, that's not entirely accurate. It wasn't shrinking so much as parts of it were rotting off. It was truly a grotesque sight to behold. It didn't fall apart like a toy. It fell apart as if it were made of flesh. Just thinking about seeing its face fall apart makes my skin crawl. When it had ceased falling apart, what stood in its place was a man. Burns covered his entire body except his eyes. Something else that disturbed me was the look in his eyes. They weren't anger or malice, only relief before he dropped dead on the floor. The flames were quickly spreading throughout the store, so we had to get out of there. It didn't take long for the fire department to arrive. The story we gave them was that the cop was trying to stop a violent drug addict in our store. While doing so, he had to fire his weapon. One of the bullets accidentally hit one of the propane tanks, causing it to explode, which resulted in his and the addict's tragic deaths. Thankfully, we weren't asked any questions after giving that explanation. After a trip to the hospital, we were allowed to go home. Benny was informed about the fire the next day. He contacted me and said it was a shame about what we went through, but was glad we were all right. He was also glad that nobody else had died in the store. I told him that I wasn't going to be working in the store when it was up and running again. I could tell that he was trying to mask his disappointment when he replied. He said that he understood and thanked me for all the work that I did there. As for Will, I imagine that he had a similar conversation with Benny. When I returned to the store in early January, I didn't see him anywhere. My parents picked me up from the hospital. Naturally, they were distraught at my near death. They understood that I didn't want to talk about it and gave me space. I wanted nothing more than to put the whole experience behind me. However, when I got home and went into my room, something was on my bed that made my heart stop. It was the Nutcracker's spear with a big red bow tied around it. The mere sight of it made me feel ill. My first instinct was to throw it away. That didn't work. It just appeared in my room again. No matter what I tried, it would always return to my room. I still haven't found a way to get rid of it. The best I can do is throw a sheet over it and try to ignore its presence. I have examined it some, but I'm afraid to be holding it for very long. What I can say from the brief periods of inspection is it radiates a certain enticing malice. It wants someone to use it. It goes without saying that I haven't been. Something else I noticed is that some initials were carved into the head of the spear. A.U. is all they say. I don't know if those belong to a person, some kind of entity, or both. What I do know is that since the Nutcracker was that horrifying, I never want to meet the sick bastard or bastards who made it.
I can still remember the Christmas of 1977 like it was yesterday. It was the week of Christmas when a series of inexplicable events plagued my hometown of Plattsville, Kansas. Although I was 6 years old at the time, I was old enough to know what was happening and that it wasn't normal. Anyway, it all began in the early morning hours of December 20th, when Joe Miller, the town drunk, was found dead in front of Larry's Bar and Grill. At first, his death was ruled as accidental, until the mayor of Plattsville was found bound and naked in his basement. Fortunately for the mayor, though, he survived his harrowing ordeal. The next victim wasn't so lucky. Harry Burns, a manager of the local bank, was reported missing by his wife after he failed to show up for their annual Christmas party. His body was discovered the next day by Sue Jones, an employee of the bank. Someone or something had placed his body inside the vault. Several more deaths followed, and things got even weirder. Old man Walter, 89, came forward to report a very tall humanoid-like creature lingering around his house. His claim was quickly dismissed. You see, old man Walters was suffering from dementia, so nobody took him seriously. Anyway, rumors began to fly about each of the victims' past misdeeds. It wasn't long before each of their crimes came to light, including Joe Miller's vehicle manslaughter charge and Harry Burns' embezzlement charge. Things started to get even weirder when the Robertsons across the street reported hearing somebody inside their basement. Upon investigation, though, they found no signs of a break-in. Anyway, it didn't take long before the authorities made a connection between the murders. It was a relatively quiet town, and crime was virtually non-existent, so all of these things happening at once was no coincidence. To make matters worse, Mayor Burns, he's Harry Burns' older brother, decided to cancel the annual Christmas parade and implement an 8 o'clock curfew. So you could imagine just how disappointed everyone was. With nothing to do, my parents made me go to bed early with the promise of presents in the morning. Reluctantly, I headed to bed. With anticipation of Santa's arrival the next morning, I immediately fell asleep. Around midnight, I was awoken by the sound of rustling downstairs. Thinking it was Santa, I sprung out of bed and quickly ran downstairs, only to be greeted by this god-awful-looking creature. This thing was massive, with long horns, and by God, it grinned at me, exposing razor-sharp teeth. I stood there, frozen in place, staring at this enormous creature, even peeing on myself because I was so scared. Anyway, this creature stood there staring at me as it reached inside the bag that it was carrying, pulling out what looked like a human leg. It then proceeded to devour the leg, and I swear I could hear the bones crunching as it finished it off. As a 6-year-old watching this unfold in front of me, I was traumatized, to say the least. Anyway, after the creature was finished devouring the leg, it looked straight at me, then placed a finger on its lips, gesturing for me to be quiet. It then flew up the chimney, which was physically impossible for something that size. And in an instant the creature was gone, along with the strange events that plagued the town. That was 45 years ago. I am 51 now. A father and grandfather. Christmas is in a few weeks, and strange things have been happening in Plattsville again. I'm afraid the creature is coming back for me and my family, but I'll be ready for it. This time of year reminds me of some really weird and scary shit that happened to me and my friend during winter break of senior year in high school. We worked part-time at a local bakery, although it didn't pay much. It gave us some spending money.
Our store was assigned to make something for our town's Christmas parade. Our boss, Harold, was ecstatic about this. Harry, Tim, we're going to put 100% into it this year. It has to be perfect, he said. Right, Tim replied. What exactly do you have in mind for us to make? I'm glad you asked. Take this, he said while pointing to a gingerbread man recipe in an opened cookbook. No offense, but isn't this kind of basic? I asked. Harold scoffed. This recipe isn't any ordinary gingerbread man. This is for a giant gingerbread man. How giant are we talking? Tim asked, making air quotes with his fingers. 7 foot? I want him to be standing on the float at the head of the parade. Sure, that sounds easy enough. It took over a week of preparation, but we managed to bake the gingerbread man in our industrial-sized oven. When we finished the job, Harold thanked us profusely and gave us the weekend off. I was looking forward to a weekend of gorging myself on junk food and playing games without having to worry about school or work. This was short-lived, however. A few hours into playing Fallout 3, I got a call. Hey, sorry to bother you. I was wondering if you got a call from Harold, Tim asked. I got one from him just now. I tried to answer, but he hung up before I could. So what? He probably pocket dialed you or something, I said. I don't know. What if something happened with the gingerbread man and he needs us? I sighed. Aren't you jumping to conclusions? Maybe. Let's say it has. If that's the case, he might end up calling us back anyway. Do you really want to deal with him in a sulky mood? He wasn't wrong. Harold was nice enough. His only flaw was getting super disappointed when something major went wrong. I thought back to the time we messed up a wedding cake order and he barely spoke to anyone for a week. He got over it eventually. Man, it was so depressing to see him like that though. Ugh, fine. We'll go and check. But if nothing is wrong, you bring me back home. Got it? Will do. See you in a few minutes. It was after 11 when we arrived. Sure enough, Harold's car was still there. Tim looked at me with a smug smile. Shut up. We don't even know if something has gone wrong yet. See anything? He asked as we looked through the store window. Nah, I think he's in the back. He could be. Let's see if the door's unlocked, Tim said, reaching for the door handle. Sure enough, it was unlocked. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. We noticed a scent wafting through the shop. Do you smell that? I asked. It smells like someone baked a pork roast in here. Tim looked incredulous. At a bakery? We exchanged a look and then dashed to the back. The industrial oven was on and smoke billowed out of it. Someone tied it shut. Quickly I turned it off while Tim undid the ropes and we yanked it open. A blackened and charred body fell out. Even though he was horribly disfigured, we knew it was Harold. We both threw up on the spot. Jesus fucking Christ, I yelled. How did this happen? Tim asked, panicking. We have to call the police. There's been a murder here. Wait, where's the gingerbread man? Who gives a flying fuck about a gingerbread man? Our boss was roasted alive.
and whoever did this to him may still be here. When we heard someone coming from the storage area, we realized that making a lot of noise probably wasn't a good idea. We tried to make our way to the exit, but as we did so, a tall figure got in front of us, decked in decorative green and red frosting and gumdrops for buttons, was the gingerbread man. "What the fuck?" Tim asked softly.
Run as fast as you can. I'll always catch you. I'm the gingerbread man,"
it said in a high-pitched, raspy voice.
"It's close enough. Now, you two do exactly as I say, otherwise you'll meet the same fate as him,"
the gingerbread man said, pointing to Harold. "So you're the one who killed him, you bastard!" Tim growled at him, grabbing a rolling pin. "Come on, Harry. This guy is just a giant cookie. We can take him." I grabbed a broom that was resting on the counter. Tim and I rushed at him. We didn't count on his fast agility and reflexes. He easily disarmed Tim and hit him across the face with the rolling pin. The gingerbread man then attempted to do the same thing to me. Luckily, I was able to block the attack in time with the broom handle. However, that didn't keep him from punching me in the gut. I doubled over, gasping for air. Then he picked us up by our shirts and threw us against the wall. "How is this happening?" Tim groaned as we slumped to the floor. That question was soon answered when a book fell from the top of one of the cabinets and in my lap. We looked at it and saw that it was some kind of occult book. There were various runes scribbled on the cover, and a bookmark sticking out of it. I turned the page, it marked, and found the gingerbread man recipe that we had used. "What the hell was Harold into?" I asked.
"More than you know," the gingerbread man replied. "He wanted the float to be perfect by any means necessary. He thought he could control me. Oh, how wrong he was. Don't worry, though. You'll both be joining him soon, which means I'll be free."
We attempted to stand, but he threatened us with the rolling pin. Tim was already bleeding from the last blow he took, and I didn't want to see him injured any further. "Can't you let us go? Even if we tell someone, who would believe us?" I pleaded.
"You think I would go through all this trouble if it were that simple? Oh, no. You too will experience the same pain like your boss and I did."
My body went ice cold. "Hang on, what do you mean like you did?" Tim asked.
"I was alive before you guys put me in the oven. I couldn't move or speak, but I was aware and felt everything. Do you know how it feels to spend 3 hours in a 444-degree oven? Do you? Well, now, you will."
He began to walk towards us. "Quick, Tom. Look through the book. Maybe there's something in it that we can do to stop him." He frantically went through and said, "There's nothing in the recipe, and I can't read these symbols." The gingerbread man knocked the book out of his hands. He bit us with the rolling pin until we were too sore to move. Then he opened the walk-in oven and threw us inside. It was only after he tied the lock with the ropes that we were able to move again. So this is how it ends. Beaten up by an evil gingerbread man with a rolling pin and baked alive in an oven, I said. "If we survive this, I'm going to eat as much gingerbread as I can just to spite this dick," Tim responded.
You know I can hear you, right? The gingerbread man asked. I'll make sure that never happens. Now, burn. He turned up the oven's heat. We braced ourselves for what was about to happen until we realized nothing was. What? The gingerbread man asked, confused and irritated. Why isn't it working? Almost as if in response to his question, we heard an electric crackle followed by a loud loop. I began to laugh. What's so funny, asshole? The gingerbread man snapped at me. The oven must have shortened out. We've been meaning to get someone out that could look at it. I said, still laughing in relief. Doesn't matter. Rot in there for all I care. The gingerbread man grabbed the book and left the bakery. We could see the window from within the oven. Unfortunately for the gingerbread man, the weather was not on his side. Rain poured from the cloudy sky above. We saw him scream and try to run back inside, but it was too late. He crumbled before he could reach the door handle. Huh? The weather was clear when we got here, Tim said. Whatever, let's call someone to free us, I said, pulling my phone out of my pocket. We called the police. I was worried at first that we would end up getting blamed for Harold's murder. However, they couldn't explain how or why we trapped ourselves in the walk-in oven, or our injuries for that matter. As far as anyone in town is concerned, his murder remains unsolved and his killer is still out there. An officer found the book by the remains of the gingerbread man and asked if we knew anything about it. We replied that it was Harold's, but we didn't know anything else about it. After skimming through it and frowning, the officer handed it back to us. Despite what happened, the parade went well. Tim and I worked our asses off to make a less psychotic gingerbread man in time for the event. Even though the town was devastated by Harold's death, everyone still had a pretty good time. Tim and I occasionally talk about what happened. We considered burning the book, but figured there may be something useful inside it that we can use as long as we are careful. Just remember this. Cook your food before you bring it to life. Otherwise, you may end up like poor Harold. Several days ago, I attended a Christmas party where the hosts asked, "What was your most memorable Christmas?" I thought about it for a moment and then said, the Christmas of 85. I can still remember the Christmas of 85 like it was yesterday. It was blistering cold on that fateful Christmas back in 85. The ground was covered in 2 inches of snow due to a blizzard that hit the night before. I had just finished a 9-hour shift at my uncle's restaurant at the local mall, so I was exhausted and just wanted to go home. My parents were out of town for the holidays, so I was alone except for their 2 dogs, Sasha and Sadie, both German Shepherds. Anyway, it was around 5:30 p.m. when I finally arrived home, and by this time it was already dark outside. I could hear the Christmas carolers off to the distance as I let the dogs out to pee. When they were finished, I went back inside and made myself a sandwich and a cup of hot chocolate. After eating my sandwich, I walked back into the living room with my hot chocolate and switched on the TV to the 6 p.m. news. Lately, the talk at work was about the 3 bodies that were discovered last month near the mall, with their throats nearly ripped out.
The coroner ruled the deaths accidental, despite visible scratch marks all over the body. After watching TV, I locked all the doors and then lay down on the couch. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I passed out. I was asleep for no more than 30 minutes when something jolted me out of my slumber. Letting my eyes adjust in the dark, I scanned the living room. I noticed both Sasha and Sadie growling in the direction of the kitchen. I stood up and reluctantly walked over to the kitchen, all while trembling like a leaf. Upon entering the kitchen, I saw a face in the window. Although it was too dark to make out any features, I knew it wasn't human because of those glowing yellow eyes. I must be tired, I thought to myself, because I was starting to see things that weren't real. That's when it smiled at me, exposing its razor-sharp teeth. What? I nervously asked, but before I could finish my sentence, the creature broke through the window, shattering glass everywhere. This caused my adrenaline to rise. I could feel the claws on my hands beginning to grow as rage grew inside me. I screamed in pain as they tore through my flesh. I felt my body getting warm and bones cracking, causing me to let out an agonizing howl. The creature stood there frozen in place as I charged it, ripping off its hand. It screamed as I proceeded to rip off its other arm, biting chunks of skin off in the process. After a few minutes of this, it collapsed onto the floor where it lay there unmoving in a pool of its own blood. Later on, the police found me passed out on the floor. Apparently, the silent alarm had gone off, alerting the authorities. The creature, although badly injured, was still alive. After they tranquilized the creature, I shouted, "Monster!" Not like it would understand me, though. The authorities later thanked me for being brave. The creature was eventually taken away to some unknown research facility located just outside of town in order to conduct testing on it. That was 37 years ago, and now I work for the research facility where the creature is being kept. Last week, though, the creature escaped, and now I am in fear for my life. Cole ain't the only punishment Santa is dishing out this Christmas Eve. There's nothing quite like the holidays. Love it or hate it, the time between early November and the 25th of December provides a feeling unmatched by the rest of the year. Maybe, like me, you enjoy this time immensely, second only maybe to Halloween. On the other hand, you might be someone who wants to wrench every time you hear Frosty the Snowman. Whatever camp you're in, I do hope you enjoy this story that I am about to share. The Baines were an extremely wealthy family. Cutthroat cash was the motto. They went by going back generations.
That mentality was drilled into their heads. Naturally, this attitude didn't garner them much likability from their communities. When you make as much money as they do, though, such things don't matter all that much. They mostly made their bread in overseas mines and sweatshops that made designer clothes. The founder, Buster Bain, put his family's name on the map by finding large amounts of gold in California back during the rush. Well, several men claimed he really stole it from them and swapped their gold with fool's gold. Once Buster got himself truly established, he began his own mining business. Workers' rights weren't exactly a thing back then. Even if they were, he most likely would have found a way around it. He would run them ragged and pay them as little as possible. There wasn't much other work around, so they were at his mercy. Whether it was working in a mine or sifting gold, he would keep the findings for himself. It was rumored that one of his workers tried to keep a nugget he found for himself. Supposedly, that man was never heard from again. Eventually, he met a woman by the name of Diane White. Then, the couple married 2 years later. Together, they made sure to keep their corrosive bloodline going into the modern day. Every generation always seemed to somehow get worse than the last. Their ultimate desire was to control anything and everything. Now, let's talk about a man I'm sure most of you are at least somewhat familiar with. I am, of course, talking about good old Santa Claus. By this point, I should mention that magic is real, but few people are able to wield it. He is one of them. How is a mystery. Several theories have been made, however, it is not as if he ever confirmed them. Like most people, he did not like the Bains. Not one person on that family made it into the nice list, and for that, they displeased him. This Christmas things were different, though. Barney and Teddy were next in line to inherit their family's business. From the time they could string a coherent sentence together, they were a pain to all except for members of their own family. Surprising, nobody. Santa never gave them any presents growing up. These two men, now in their near mid-20s, vowed to exact revenge against him at any cost. Barney, who at this time was busy golfing, received a call from Teddy. "Hello, Teddy. How have you been?" Barney said. "I've been doing quite well, actually. Now, I won't beat around the bush. I need to speak with you in person. Can we meet in an hour?" "Sure. I was getting bored here anyway. I mean, driving the cart and hitting people with my clubs is fun and all, but even that gets tedious after a while." Barney met Teddy at his estate. The latter sent away his servants so that they could be alone. "So, what is it you want to talk about?" "Claus. Do you have to bring him up?" Honestly, it's bad enough seeing decorations of him plastered throughout town. Father is still working on getting them banned. Would you believe me if I told you that I have a plan to get back at him for all those years of denying us presents? I'll admit that it's a bit hard to believe considering who we are talking about, but I'm listening. Teddy slammed a piece of paper onto his counter. The title was Christmas Vengeance. He explained his plan to Barney. It was for them to wait for Santa to arrive and give them their yearly dose of coal. Then sneak into his sleigh and put a tracker on it. My pilot will be ready to take us to wherever the prick lands, Teddy said. After hearing his proposal, Barney placed a hand on his shoulder. Teddy, you're a goddamn genius. That fat bastard is going to get what's coming to him. They proceeded to laugh manically as lightning struck in the window behind them. Outside, Teddy's servants questioned how the hell that could happen on a cloudless day at 1 in the afternoon. It wasn't long before Christmas Eve came. Teddy had security cameras set up all around his house, and they watched them like hawks, waiting for Santa's arrival. Come on, you bastard, Teddy said, his eyes wide from cocaine use. Both had taken it in order to stay vigilant. There he is, Barney declared, pointing to the screen showing the roof camera. They made their way to the balcony. It contained a ladder that led up to the roof. Silently they creeped up to it so as not to alert the reindeer. They attached the tracker under Santa's sleigh and then went back inside. On Teddy's computer, there was a map that showed Santa's location. To their surprise, the dot which represented Kris Kringle seemed to be changing locations every second. Is this malfunctioning? Barry asked. Don't be ridiculous. That's merely Santa's ability to slow time. Ah, okay. And now we wait. They continued watching the screen for some time, and Barney grew impatient. When do we leave? We might miss him. Relax. We'll leave when he reaches the last country he visits. It shouldn't be much longer. Teddy called his pilot and ordered him to pick them up in an hour. When the time came, a large private jet landed on his lawn. All of his servants immediately internally groaned as they knew he would be expecting the grass to be perfect by the time he got back. Barney, Teddy, and his pilot weren't the only ones on the plane. Who are these guys? Barney inquired, gesturing towards the men with guns sitting in the other seats. Just some hired guns I found. Like us, they too hate Santa Claus. Isn't that right, fellas? They let out loud cheers of agreement in response. Then the pilot started flying them to the North Pole. Santa's sleigh came to a skidding stop in front of his workshop. 2 elves were already there to greet him. We hope your trip went well, sir, one of them told him. You made it back within an hour to spare. New record, the other one added.
Thanks, boys, but I couldn't do all of this without your help. Tonight's celebration will be a grand one. Actually, That reminds me, is he going to be attending this year?
He said he might be able to, the first elf answered. No guarantees, though.
I see. Well, let's get this celebration underway. The party was a grand one, filled with drinking, food and dancing. One elf, who had been hitting the bottle a little too much, drunkenly leaned against the window to steady himself. Looking through it, he squinted as something fast approaching in the distance caught his eye.
Hey guys,
He called out to the others in a slurred voice.
I think there's someone.
His words were interrupted by a hail of bullet fire that hit his torso. Some elves spat out their drinks while others screamed in horror. Santa burst into the room, angry that his alone time with Mrs. Claus was interrupted. His mood quickly changed when he saw the situation.
Did you see that?
One of the mercenaries laughed.
I managed to nail one of them.
The door to the plane was open, and he was holding on to an inside handle as the wind ruffled his hair.
And the fun is just beginning,
Ted said, grinning maliciously.
Barney, what do you say we lead the charge together?
That sounds like a superb idea, Teddy. Inside, some of the owls were putting the one who had been shot on a stretcher. They escorted him to get treated. Chris was understandably really pissed off. This wasn't a scenario that he and the elves were unprepared for. However, when Santa's let's call it fun time with Mrs. Claus gets interrupted, he doesn't take it too kindly. Now, couple that with the fact one of his elves were hurt, and you've got yourself an infuriated Father Christmas.
You stay here, everyone, he ordered. I'll handle this myself.
He cracked his knuckles and went out the door. Teddy and the others were confused to see the legendary toy maker approaching them. One of Teddy's mercenaries raised his gun to shoot him, but he put up his hands to stop him.
Well, if it isn't old fat bastard himself,
Teddy said.
Tell us, Mr. Claus, have you come to beg for mercy?
If you grovel, we might even leave a few things after we're done here, Barney snickered. Santa shook his head.
Decades of coal in your stockings and no lesson learned. Damn shame.
But even though you all have put me in a bad mood, since it is Christmas Eve, I'll make a deal with you. Just leave and never come back, and none of you will have to get hurt. Santa's response was only met with silence. Then Teddy and the others burst into laughter.
All right, Teddy said. And now we're gonna tell you our deal. Either you move or we'll shoot you full of holes. We might even prop open your corpse later and hang ornaments on it. That way things will be nice and festive.
Now it was Santa's turn to laugh. The sound echoed through the night.
I'll take it you want to do things the hard way,
Chris said. They scoffed at him. Magic or not, you're just some fat old man, Barney said. What could you possibly do against us? Santa ripped off his coat, revealing bulging muscles underneath, and somehow growing several feet in height. They tried shooting, only for him to blink out of sight. He reappeared in front of one of the mercenaries, punching him hard in the gut. Despite wearing Kevlar, he still felt Kringel's mighty fist sink into his stomach. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed face down into the snow. Santa's elves all cheered from the workshop while Teddy and the others were practically frozen with fear.
Shoot him,
Teddy stuttered out. They attempted to. However, Chris yanked away their guns. Using them, he knocked them so far away that they became twinkles in the sky. Another stuck the barrel of his gun to Santa's temple and pulled the trigger, resulting in a booming gunshot. "You got him," Barney said, laughing with relief. "Now we can." The rest of his words were caught in his throat when the smoke cleared. Chris was unharmed, and he didn't seem fazed at all by the point-blank shot to his head. A gust of wind blew something off his head, making it fall into his open palm. It was his cap, now with a large hole through it.
"That was my favorite hat."
He spoke those words in a frighteningly calm tone. What followed next was a beating so brutal it caused the others to throw up. The poor elves were mortified by what they were seeing. It was the kind of thing you don't want to look at, yet you're unable to turn away from. Blood, teeth, flew everywhere as Santa beat him senseless. At this point, those left attempting the raid thought it a good idea to run for their lives. With the exception of the Bain brothers, none of the others made it back to the plane. Chris caught up to them with ease. Using his massive boots, he stomped them into the snow. Having realized the danger was over, an elf ran outside.
"Sir, shall we get your sleigh back so you can go after them?" he asked Chris.
"That won't be necessary," he replied, pulling a large flask from his pocket and taking a long swig from it. "He'll be after them soon enough." Back on the plane, Barney and Teddy were pale with fear. Teddy's pilot, who didn't leave the plane during the incident, asked what happened. They informed him of the raid's complete failure. "We'll get him next time," Barney said.
"Yeah," Teddy agreed. "Forget the stuff inside. We'll just fly over and bomb."
There was a light thud on one of the plane's wings. Instantly, fear took over the three men. "Did he follow us?" Barney asked, his voice a low squeak.
"I don't know," Teddy replied. "I'll look outside."
Biting his nails, he lifted the blind on his window. Outside, there was nothing.
Huh, he chuckled. "Probably a lost bird."
Relieved, the pilot turned his attention back to the windshield. His breath hitched. In front of him was the grinning, upside-down face of a furry goat man with sharp teeth and a long forked tongue. The beast punched through the windshield, grabbing him by the neck. "What the fuck is that?" Barney yelled, getting up from his seat.
"Who cares?"
Teddy responded, pulling a gun out from under his seat.
"Just shoot it." They opened fire. Their bullets simply bounced off the creature, who, with a single twitch of his wrist, broke the pilot's neck. He tossed his body out the window, where it was shredded by one of the engines. He vanished before the brothers, then reappeared almost as instantly. The only change was he now held the plane's parachutes. He quickly threw them out the window and then smashed the control panel, sending sparks flying everywhere. He leaped out of the plane as it was starting to nosedive. The Bain brothers both shrieked, clutching each other. Meanwhile, back at the North Pole, Santa and his friends watched as a mushroom cloud explosion lit up the night sky. Then something came flying towards them. The goat man landed right in front of Chris, who stared a moment before breaking out into a wide grin.
Krampus, you son of a bitch. You made it after all.
Yeah, well, I just thought, why not?
Then, come on in.
Right now, it's time to get our smoke on. How did Krampus know what was going on at the time? Put simply, he and Chris are linked. Santa, Miss Claus, and Krampus, and all the rest, took hits from a candy cane-colored hookah, filled with peppermint weed, getting them good and baked. As for the elf who got shot, he got to enjoy his own personal joint while in bed along with some cola and sweets. He took a long drag and held it, then erupted into a coughing fit. When it finally ceased, he began consuming the treats in front of him. Santa took a long puff from the hookah.
Merry Christmas to all,
he said, letting out a large cloud of smoke.
and to all a good night.
And finally, for those who have made it through to the end of this video, I thank you so much and wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May your future endeavors be filled with endless possibilities and satisfaction. I won't drag this on for very long because I know those that are wanting to sleep and made it through to the end don't want to hear me talk much longer. But I'm sending my love to each and every one of you. Honestly, thank you all. God bless. And this is Grim, signing off.